Well, that's very stylish. I
So,
guess I go.
for the finance and audit, you want to sign, Vanderpool wasn't here, and Ron sat
No,
right
I
here.
gotta use your extra.
And he's like,
I've
once he
been having
realized
to
he wasn't here,
trade
I'm
all
like,
day.
slide over, buddy.
It's exhausting.
So he conducted the meeting again, and they had a presentation from the auditor.
Responsibility.
Okay, good evening and welcome to the closed session and regular session, closed session, excuse me, for November 18th, 2025. I will call this meeting to closed session to order at 5:01. Have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez.
Here.
Councilmember White,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt,
Here.
Mayor Lara.
Here. Nicole, do we have any public comments for closed session?
I have no written requests. Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
Okay, so this meeting will be open to the public and conducted in a virtual format to be inclusive of all participation preferences. Public comment participation is encouraged by emailing comments to the city clerk's office or by calling and using the phone number provided on the front of the agenda. Ms. Phaedra, would you mind reading the items to be discussed in closed session, please?
Thank you, Mayor. The council will adjourn to consider items B1 through B4 on the closed session agenda. B1 is conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The city's designated representative is Elizabeth Gibbs, City Manager and Administrative Services Director Carrie Mendoza. The employee organizations are the Police Managers, SEIU, Police Officers Association, Managers Professional Technical, and unrepresented employees consist of Administrative Services Director, Chief of Police, City Engineer, Public Works Director, Community Development Director, Community Services Director, Deputy City Manager, Director of Water Reclamation, Economic Development Director, and Finance Director. With respect to item B2, conference with legal counsel pending litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, D2 or D3, workers' compensation claim 4A2409F, 556S-0001. B3, public employee appointment, employment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, title interim city manager. And finally, B4, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency designated representatives are the mayor and the city council, and the unrepresented employee is the interim city manager. That concludes my closed session report.
Thank you very much, and with that,
Well, Mayor, one thing, I will be recusing myself for item B1 out of an abundance of caution as my employer has contracts potentially involved.
thank you very much. With that, we'll adjourn to closed session. Meeting, I will call the regular session to order at 6:12. May I have roll call, please?
Councilmember Finn,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez.
Here.
Councilmember White.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt.
Here.
Mayor Laura.
Here. So we will do the report out because we'll be reconvening closed session after regular session is concluded. This evening, we have an invocation by Mr. Ron Dupree, which will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise.
Dear Father, we pause a moment in your presence this evening to ask for your blessing on this council meeting. We thank you, Lord, for those who have led out in the city this year. In everything they've done, we pray that you'll continue to guide and bless, especially as we draw closer to our special Thanksgiving time. And in the context of that Thanksgiving, Lord, we want to pray for a special blessing on Elizabeth Gibbs, who will be recognized as well for her years of service in this city. So we pray you'll continue to guide and bless our leaders as they continue to be a blessing to this city and beyond. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in pledge to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Gus, do we have any adjustments to the agenda?
No adjustments, sir, just when we get to closed session. I'm sorry, when we get to the consent calendar.
Okay, thank you. Any conflict of interest or disclosure? Seeing none, it brings us to item E, announcements, recognitions, proclamations, and correspondence. We have a retirement announcement for K-9 Merv.
Get him a gold watch.
Mayor, council, after over 4 years of dedicated service, we're going to be retiring K-9 Officer Murph. And I am proud to report also that beginning Friday, Corporal Chris Cruz will now be Sergeant Christopher Cruz.
Congratulations.
I do know we have a presentation for future Sergeant Cruz. If I can call Sergeant Barretta.
So on behalf of, for Chris, on behalf of our K-9 program, from a past handler, there's current handlers and future handlers here. We wanted to present this to Chris Cruz for the dedicated service that he provided to the city of Beaumont with Murph for over 4 years. So this is for him on behalf of our K-9 program. So thank you.
That's awesome. What's that? Yeah, do we want to take a picture up here with the
That would be
plaque
great.
and K-9 Merv?
Thank you, Council.
Good job, bud.
What you got in your pockets?
Do you want to hold the plaque up with the picture or no?
We can. Chief, do you want to? Wow, okay.
I wish my dogs were listening. And if you don't mind,
Right.
I'd like to transition to the second item, and that is, as one dog is retiring, a new canine is coming in. Regretfully, we don't have that dog today to introduce the council, but I do want to recognize Dr. Della Condon, if I can ask her to step up. Throughout the year, we always raise money for our canine program, and our community is very supportive. We get donations throughout the year, but there's one person who rose above and beyond our needs. We announced that we were planning to replace Canine Officer Murph, and Dr. Della Condon asked, how much is the new dog? And we told her it's about $20,000. She gave us a check for our new dog. So I'd like to recognize Dr. Della Condon. You have any words?
Thank you very much. I would like to also recognize my Rotary president, Doug Emery, because his leadership, we got to talking about our next project, and someone mentioned the canine program, and I had started thinking about how much I would like to personally donate. And then I had an exciting windfall that I didn't expect. And so I said, well, I think that's a message. And so I answered that message. And I want to tell you, Beaumont is a wonderful place to live because we have a great police department. And this canine program, I think, is a major, major assistance to keeping our city a wonderful, wonderful place to live. And having been I was the provost at Ben Clark Training Center, so police and law enforcement are close to my heart. And I believe we have an excellent department here. Our Rotary Club, I'd like to share with you, has an additional ongoing program to raise funds for the support of this dog. So thank you very much for this recognition. I didn't need it, but I wanted to be here to give it to our fine police department. Thank you.
Thank you.
At the same time, we've also selected our new canine handler, and that is Corporal David Lynn. If I can have you step up, please.
All right.
With Dr. Condon's generous donation, we've allowed her to name our new canine.
Oh.
And his name is?
Jay.
Jay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You're still up, sir? We have E3, which is evolving our identity and introduction of the Beaumont Police Department's new shoulder patches and mission statement.
Yes, if I can call up Lieutenant Arlotti and Corporal Zach Taylor. I'm going to have them stand in front of you. I have a few strengths, and modeling is not one of them. So I'll have them be the models, and I'll step out of the picture. So taking over the police department in July, I met with every single employee, heard what they want, what they need from their perspectives, and I identified that the organization wanted a new identity, not to get rid of our past and our traditions, but just a new brand that represents a future-thinking organization. So what we did was we updated our patch. We kept the original design that's been in place since the 1950s. The original royal blue that you're used to, as you can see by some of the shoulder patches along the wall, that's been a color since the 1960s. It's been a color that's represented the department for many years, but we want to update, make it more contemporary to represent the future of this organization. So we've rebranded our patches, keeping the history while incorporating more up-to-date colors. And then I also put together a team of officers to help identify what the department stands for, what our purpose is. And this included officers who are very young in their career, officers who are halfway through their career, and some that are on the tail end. And I asked them to identify what are the core values, what this department represents, And I just have a really quick 3-page PowerPoint, if I can present that. Where would it be? Luckily, I have a backup.
Right.
Perfect. Do you see the?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, the Beaumont mission statement currently, or I should say previously, it's a lot of words in a statement. And unless someone's trying to promote, there's not a lot of people who know this mission statement by heart. It has a lot of valuable words, but I was really disappointed to learn that this is word for word the same mission statement with 14 other police departments in the state of California. I don't believe it represents Beaumont. We are unique. Our culture is unique, and we deserve a unique mission statement. So the officers put together a very direct and simple statement. And that is, we serve our community with dedication, innovation, proactive enforcement, and community partnership. This is what the officers identified represents them. This is going to be the standard that we're going to hold every Beaumont police officer to. And our purpose, first and foremost, is that we serve the community. To me, that was a very, very impactful opening to a very simple, short, powerful statement. And the 4 things they identify that every officer should have with them in their core character is dedication. We require our employees to be dedicated. We're going to be innovative. And you will see at the next council meeting some of the technology we want to implement in the police department to make us more effective. We want to look towards the future, leverage technology, and be more effective in what we do and be more efficient. We're going to remain proactive in our enforcement. I know there's a lot of cities and other counties who have shied away from enforcement these days. They're more afraid of repercussions. I believe the Beaumont community wants enforcement. They want us to be proactive in what we do in this community. We're going to keep that as one of our core values. And lastly, we are not who we are without our community. We have the support of our community. We love our community. Over half our police department lives in this community, so we are the community. And this is the final and most important part of what represents us. So this is our new mission statement.
Thank you.
And lastly, with the introduction of the new police patches, I wanted to use this opportunity. You can help me with this? To give council these plaques that represent both our past and our future.
That's fantastic. Thank you. Yes.
Very nice. Thank you.
Okay, and that brings us to item E for recognition of City Manager Elizabeth Gibbs. Unfortunately, Ms. Gibbs was unable to be here this evening, but we wanted to make sure that we took advantage of this opportunity to recognize her during our meeting while she was still here. So this proclamation is, whereas Ms. Elizabeth Gibbs has built a distinguished career in public service marked by leadership excellence and a deep commitment to community governance. She began her tenure with the city in October 1996 as a part-time customer service coordinator, transitioning to full-time in January of 1997. Her dedication led to promotional opportunities, and in January 1, 2023, she was appointed resource manager, a position she held until January 2008. Whereas demonstrating continued expertise in organizational leadership, she served as resource director from January 1st, 2008 through June 2nd, 2015. Her ability to guide complex municipal operations then led to her appointment as acting city manager from June 2015 through May of 2016. Following this role, she served as transit director from May 2016 through July 2018, where she oversaw key transportation initiatives and departmental functions. Whereas on July 17, 2018, she assumed the role of community service director, providing strategic vision and leadership. Her strong record of service and trusted leadership brought her back to the city in April of 2022, where she was appointed interim city manager. On July 19, 2022, she was formally affirmed as city manager, a position in which she continues to serve with dedication and distinction. Whereas, complementing her professional accomplishments, she holds both a bachelor's degree in liberal studies and a master's degree in public administration from the California Baptist University. Whereas, additionally, throughout her career at the city, she pursued professional development with dedication, earning numerous specialized certifications that enhanced her expertise across public administration, public safety, human resources, community development, and community services. Whereas in all her educational background and certifications combined with 3 decades of municipal leadership experience underscore her wavering commitment to dedication and maintaining the highest standards of public service. Therefore, be it proclaimed that Ms. Elizabeth Gibbs be presented with the key to the city of Beaumont in solemn recognition of exemplary service, unwavering dedication, and lasting impact on the community. So with that, so do you have that? Would you like to show, please? This is the key to the city that will be presented. So it's presented November 18th, 2025 to Elizabeth Gibbs. With lasting appreciation for your years of dedicated service, we honor the positive transformation and impact you have made in Beaumont. Your leadership has built a meaningful legacy that continues to influence the values of the city. And I will open that up for council if anybody wants to make any comments. Mayor Pro Tem Voigt?
Yeah, I just really want to say thank you to Elizabeth as an incoming council member and somebody new to the city. It was very nice to have a welcoming face, somebody who could walk me through the aspects that I needed and always be available to answer the questions. I think she leads with grace, and she led with integrity always and continues to do so. So I wish her the best in her next endeavor or wherever life takes her. And I truly appreciate all of the work that she has done and continues to do within the city.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. So I met Elizabeth back in 2014 when I first was appointed as city clerk. And, you know, that was a very, very dark time in our city's history. And to walk into the Lion's Den was very, very intimidating here in the city. And one of the first persons I met was Elizabeth at that point. And her smile and her kindness and her true dedication to the city showed. And, you know, over the 16 years that we've worked together, I've never seen her falter from that. And, you know, I owe her a lot for showing me what to do through the clerkship and through council. And I also, I wish her the best in her endeavors. So thank you, Elizabeth, for all you've done.
Councilmember Finn?
Mine will be short, but Elizabeth, you did a fantastic job. You put the city and the staff before your own needs. You were very dedicated in your service to the city. You will certainly be missed, and you make us all proud for the job that you did. Thank you very much.
Councilmember White?
Boy, you guys all said a lot better than I could, but she was here for us in 2015 when we were at one of our darkest times, and she stepped up. I don't think I knew her well at all at that point, but at that point we didn't know who to trust in the city, and she came in and did a great job. I think the lasting impression she's going to leave on the city, one of the things that hasn't been mentioned is the leadership team that she's put together and the staff that she's brought together in just the last year or two. I think that's going to make a lasting difference as we move forward. So I too want to thank her.
So in closing, I'd just like to say, Elizabeth, thank you so much for your 29 years of dedicated public service, not only in your various positions, but more importantly, this community. You've been an example to staff of what you can achieve when your main goal is to serve the public's best interest with your ability. In 2015, you stepped up at a time when this city needed a leader who would work to restore the trust that had been lost. I was the mayor at the time, and I had the honor of working with you and the council to bring the city back. You are well respected by your peers, the community, and community leaders, and it has been my pleasure to work with you in all of your capacities here at the city. I wish you all the best in your future endeavors, and may God bless. And with that, okay, that'll bring us to our public comment period for items that are not on the agenda. Any one person may address the city council on any matter not on this agenda. If you wish to speak, please fill out a public comment form provided at the back table and give it to the city clerk. There is a 3-minute time limit on public comments. There will be no sharing or passing of time to another person. State law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking actions brought up by your comments. Nicole, do we have any public comments for items not on the agenda?
Yes, sir. I have 3 in person. I'll check with the phone line also. Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
I'll do the in person. Doug Emery?
Council members, my name is Doug Emery. I'm the president of the Beaumont Cherry Valley Rotary Club. And I'm just here to thank Councilmember White, Councilmember Martinez, and Mayor Lara for Saturday serving at our 54th annual Beaumont Cherry Valley Thanksgiving event for our seniors. It was a crazy rainy day. We had over 150 seniors that showed up that day for a wonderful Thanksgiving luncheon or dinner, we called it. We had a large group of Interact youth that set up the room at 7:30 in the morning, did cleanup afterwards, and it was a great event besides the weather and all that. So I just want to thank the council for the support of the Beaumont Cherry Valley Rotary Club, supporting our seniors in this community, and actually serving food that they did a great job. So on behalf of our club, I just want to thank you for serving with the Cherry Valley Rotary Club, Beaumont Cherry Valley Rotary Club, and giving back to the community like we believe every day. So thank you for your participation and support. So
Thank you for inviting us.
See you next year for the 55th anniversary of our event.
There you go.
So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Great program. It was a great evening or a great dinner event. It was really surprising how many people braved the rain to make it to eat your turkey that you personally prepared. So I appreciate that.
Wasn't me. I was running around, so they kept me out of the kitchen. So If I may switch topics here, so besides being president of the Beaumont Cherry Valley Rotary,
Just so happen to have my uniform on.
yes, so I also am blessed to become the program manager of the Laura May Stewart Foundation. And I didn't know too much about it. Jan Wages ran the program for 10 years, and I took over the Laura May Stewart program just a year ago. And just wanted to communicate the focus of the Laura May Stewart Foundation for the Banning and Beaumont cities. So the trust that she set up 50 years ago, $1.5 million, was strictly to benefit the residents of Banning and Beaumont. And for 50 years, we've done that, and we just completed $5 million of contribution to citizens or residents of Banning and Beaumont. So this year, we just completed 2025. We gave out over $110,000 to organizations in the Banning and Beaumont area. We have 3 members on the committee, 2 from Beaumont. Obviously, you may know Diana Mangan. You know Betty Rader from the Beaumont Chamber of Commerce, and we have Linnell Neat from Banning. And we switch back and forth. But this year, of $110,000, we gave a $6,000 maximum grant to Beaumont Educational Support Team, also known as BESS, Boys and Girls Club of San Gregorio, Faith in Action, HELP, Carol's Kitchen, San Gregorio Ballet, DM Pass Kids, Winter Wish, Life Point Church, Beaumont Presbyterian Church, and many others. So we just want to communicate that the Laura May Stewart Trust is well and doing, we meet twice a year and give back to the community. So we just want to share that there's organizations out there giving back to the wonderful residents of Banning and Beaumont, and it's my pleasure to be part of that program year in, year out, giving back to this community. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Marty Perkins.
Hi, good evening. My name is Marty Perkins, and I'm a longtime resident of Beaumont. And I'm also the founder and CEO for a youth boxing program called Boxing for Justice. We are a federally recognized 501c3. And myself and our other coaches are also certified coaches through USA Boxing, and we're safe sport trained, where we advocate for educating the community and our youth, parents, guardians about misconduct in leadership and youth sports program. Originally, we started our program in San Bernardino, where we had a 100% success rate with our program, but I really felt that it was important to bring it to my city of Beaumont, where I call home. And I'm not just speaking because, from textbook or anything, but I'm also speaking as a person who has a daughter who struggles with mental illness and also trauma-induced PTSD. And through my own experience, I see every day how badly our kids need safe, structured places after school to burn energy through physical fitness, but also support. And our mission is to use the foundation of boxing mentorship to keep our kids safe, focused, and connected to critical resources. And we do offer competitive boxing training, but we also offer trauma-informed non-contact boxing. And this is where kids learn how to choose. Kids that are facing stress or any type of abuse or trauma, they learn that they have a choice, they take control of their lives, and they build confidence. And we also teach them to manage emotions. Not only do we build confidence, but feel safe in their own bodies. So we do partner up with other community-based organizations, but I really would like to partner up with local community-based organizations in the city of Beaumont, so that we can connect our youth and our families to counseling, trauma coaching, and other critical resources that are needed. And what this brings for what I feel that would bring to our city is a future where every youth who is impacted by adversity has a safe corner to train, a mentor who really believes in them, and a clear pathway to schools and leadership so they thrive in the ring, out of the ring, and throughout their lives. And we believe in shaping leaders of tomorrow by igniting the resilience in them today. So I'm just here. I'm here tonight because I would like to ask the city to see if Boxing for Justice, our youth program, as a partner in youth development and also with public safety. And so we would like to work with Beaumont Police Department, our schools, in connections for like referrals to us for students, and also to see if we can find a stable space here in the city of Beaumont so we can serve more of our Beaumont youth. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Shane Sissons.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Shane Sissons. I'm a resident of Beaumont, 19-year employee, a member and steward of SCIU 721 Union. Came to tell you a story and remind you of my concerns from last meeting. Roughly 10 years ago, a set of twins were born. A few days after the babies were born, the father received notice that he was going to be laid off and had a month to figure out what he was going to do for work, food, and healthcare. A few days after receiving this news, one of his children had an allergic reaction to the formula that was provided by the hospital and was choking. When Dad walked into the room, the baby was blue and gasping for air. It's an amazing thing that the nurses at Redlands Community Hospital teach new parents how to perform CPR on an infant. If it wasn't for that 10-minute training, paramedics came and evaluated the child. Doctor said it's because of Dad's life-saving effort, the child is alive today. I can't imagine having an insurance where we would have to pay 10% out of pocket for things like this. Can you imagine having to pay 10% of an $80,000 NICU stay? Plus an additional 10% of a $40,000 hospital stay by mom? That is a lot to ask from employees who are already underpaid, and you'll see this in the class and comp study that comes up. Fast forward a few weeks, Dad found a job, was able to keep putting food on the table, and keep his health care. Due to medical complications of the mother and the children being allergic to most formulas, the parents were left with no choice but to buy a very specific brand of soy formula, $26 a can. Did you know a baby can go through 15 to 20 cans a month? And twins, that's $780 to $1,040, depending upon the month. Combine that with out-of-pocket expenses that if an employee is trying to avoid paying 10%, as previously mentioned on medical visits, employees are being forced between a rock and a hard place. And the family of that employee suffers the most. I had hoped a better plan would be chosen for employees instead of keep pushing them down as we approach contract negotiations. This really sets the bar, but what should have been the happiest week of my life turned out to be one of the darkest times. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
Okay. That brings us to consent calendar. Are there any items to be pulled for discussion? We have staff that may make some minor corrections.
That's correct, Mayor. There's two corrections, one for item G5 and the other one for item G6. With item G5, we have it on your desk. The section was corrected from the first reading. So we are recommending not to pull this item unless you have additional questions on that change.
Okay.
And with the second item, G6, it's a notice of completion. The date had been revised, and I'll have Thaxton explain that.
Yep, on the actual notice of completion attachment, we corrected the date for signature of the first paragraph, last sentence from September 1st to October 1st.
Okay. So with that, I'll take a motion unless there's items to be pulled for consent.
So I just, Mayor, I have a like to understand better what we're doing with G5 and G6. Are we pulling those? Are we for discussion? Or are we continuing them? Or are we voting them on?
I was going to leave them on consent with the approval, or if we make the motion to approve with the recommended changes as discussed. If you'd like to pull them, I'm more than welcome to pull.
I think we should pull them and do exactly what you said, but I think we should pull them off of consent.
Okay.
That's
So
fine.
we'll pull item G5 and G6 off of consent. Do we have a motion to approve the balance?
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve G1, 2, 3, 4, and 7.
I'll second.
A roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor Laura.
Yes. So with that, I'll go ahead and pull item G5.
Yeah, on G5, could you sort of explain what you did before? I just heard something out about it being corrupted, or can you?
Well, there was a section that had been incorrectly cited. I'm going to have Darren come up and identify that section. It was placed on in front of you.
Okay, that's not necessary. I just wanted to get a better understanding.
Okay, it's been highlighted.
Okay. I'll move to approve that item with the change.
I'll second. Have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor Laura.
Yes.
And I move to approve item G6 with the date update.
I'll second. Have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor Laura.
Yes. Okay, that brings us to Youth Council report.
No report.
No report brings us to item I, public hearings. I1, public hearing for Second Amendment to fiscal year 26 to 2030 capital improvement plan. Mr. Robert Best.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council. This item is the Second Amendment to this fiscal year's capital improvement plan. In your staff report, there is a change log and an updated CIP list. The changes are quite extensive. I do have a few slides to really hone in on what the changes are. Just as a clerical comment, there are a few items being repeated in the staff report. That's just an oversight on staff's part. All right. So there are three departments that are making most of these changes. We'll start with the first, IT. I think that's a good representation of IT. There's two new projects being proposed. One is a backup and disaster recovery appliance renewal. This is a multi-year contract for PD, I believe, for the city's backup, for the city's backup and disaster recovery. The second project is BizHub network infrastructure hardware. It's just to upgrade the BizHub network. There are, the remainder of these changes for our IT really focus on one CIP, and we are combining IT 25-03 camera systems into IT 25-02 integrated alarm and camera systems. And there are several budget changes proposed to obtain a new budget of $825,000. There is an item later on tonight's agenda that deals with that budget. Moving to wastewater. Wastewater has the bulk of the changes, and some of them are very complex, so the slides are really intended to illustrate those complex changes. The first one is WW2504 lift station condition. The first amendment is we're going to rename it. We're proposing to rename it to 25-04 lift station repair and replacement and replace. It has an existing budget of $2,093,778. The second item for that project is we're going to split it. We're proposing to split it into 5 projects. The intent of this is that each one of those projects has a unique location or repair, and having one large project makes it very complicated to manage it and to have the accounting as transparent as we'd like. So dividing it into 5 projects allows us to further refine those projects with the name, and then also track those, track the accounting very accurately. The second project is very similar. It's WW25-05, Ongoing Pipeline Replacement Program. It currently has an existing budget of $3,163,508. It's being split into 6 projects, and on the screen is the funding for each one of those projects. Again, it's multi-year projects. And lastly, on that project, we are adding funds by closing another project. So WW25-07, which is the sewer bridge maintenance, has a remaining balance of $47,199. We are closing that project and transferring it into the original WW25-05. Closing out wastewater projects. There's one new project, which is a mobile office. Wastewater's proposing a modular facility on their premise. This would decouple public works and wastewater at the 4th Street building and allow wastewater to have their own facilities on site. Wastewater is also closing several projects which are listed there. If you want me to go over any of those, I can. And then the last section is renaming of projects in an effort to be a little bit more transparent on the renaming. Wastewater is proposing several projects to be renamed. The color scheme there, although fantastic, but it correlates to the change log sheet in your staff report. And then finally, the most important, public works projects. Yeah. I think it accurately reflects. All right. So these items were tentatively discussed, or actually discussed our last meeting. You received, each one of the council members received a handout. This table is an exact excerpt from that handout. It reflects the changes that were proposed at that time, with 2 small changes on R26-05 Smart Technology. We are transferring into Smart Technology an additional $225,000 from the feasibility study, so that number slightly changed by $225,000. And then the pin widening project was slightly reduced from 1 million, I believe, previously to 870,000. The sum of this is shown on screen as roughly $9.9 million. And just to highlight a few of these, the smart technology will leave $1 million in the account. That way Highland Springs can be, all the smart technology can be designed, but Highland Springs can be implemented. Some other notes is Highland Springs Interchange. That project will continue without this funding. This was seed funding, so when the project moved into the PSNE, the city would have a matching contribution. That can still happen, but it'll have to happen subsequent to this item or at a later date when funds become available. Same thing with Beaumont Avenue. The PID phase is still moving forward under RCTC. Again, this was seed money. So when it did move into the PAED phase, which is the preliminary engineering, the city would have something in the bank to move it forward. Again, that can happen. It'll just take a further council action at a later time, subject to additional funds. With that concludes my presentation. Staff is available for any comments or questions.
Thank you very much, Robert. So with that, I will open the public hearing at 6:57. Do we have any public comments, Mr. Cole?
I have no written requests. Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
So then I will close public comment at 6:57 and open it up for council discussion. Robert, I don't see anybody else, but so really quickly, I know that we're going to leave $1 million into the AI smart technology for Highland Springs, which I think is a great idea. I'm hoping that you are confident in the fact that we won't have to, don't like the term, but claw back that money for the grade separation.
I'm sorry, are you asking if there's a potential that we would need that $1 million for
Yes.
pencil?
Sorry.
There is a potential for that. However, I think the scheduling would be off. We have a future item on tonight's agenda that kind of benefits from any capital improvement changes we're proposing now.
Okay.
That would be fully funded at this time, and I don't anticipate that needing additional funds for a long time. The construction phase of Pennsylvania Avenue is proposed to occur in potentially 2 years. If council was to propose tonight's action, staff would immediately move to design the smart technology and then implement it, hopefully within the year. If you recall our last presentation, that was kind of our timeline. So there may be a need, however, we may exhaust those funds prior to using them.
Thank you very much. That's all I have. I'm sorry, Councilmember White?
So on that point on Pennsylvania grade sep, so where does that leave us now? Is that filling the gap that we still had after the transfer of the 6 million from Highland Springs, or?
It is filling the gap to get us to ready to list.
Okay.
There still is a construction gap.
Just an idea of a range of what that gap is? I know it changes each year with inflation, but.
Yeah. If we have 2 pending grants outstanding, if those come back successful, our funding gap is $8 million. Without those grants, it's $20 million.
Okay. Right.
For construction only.
But unlike the Potrero funding, we are not in a position where we have to come up with all of the funding this early, correct?
We have approximately 2 years to resolve that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Finn?
Oh, no, I'm good. Thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt?
Yeah, seeing no further questions up here, I will move to approve the resolution to amend the 5-year fiscal year 26 through 2030 capital improvement plan.
I will second that. Have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor Laura.
Yes. Okay, this brings us to item I2, public hearing for introduction and first reading of ordinance amending Beaumont Municipal Code, Chapter 9.03, Regulations of Special Events, Section 9.03.020, Definitions 9.03.040, Permit Required, and 9.03050, Permit Application, Filing Fee. Mr. Usher. Oh, yeah, Mr. Usher. Not yet. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tonight's item is the first reading of an ordinance to update the 3 sections of the Beaumont Municipal Code for special events. The goal is to align the code with the fee schedule that council previously adopted, fixing inconsistency on how the events are categorized and ensure a permit process is clear, fair, and easy for the applicants to navigate. To resolve this, we are proposing a 4-tier event classification system: micro, minor, intermediate, and major, based on the attendance and the level of city involvement required. The structure makes it easier for staff to match the actual impacts of the event with the appropriate level of oversight with the deposit. A key part of this system is the pre-application process. Applicants will provide basic details about their events, and specific triggers such as alcohol sales, road closures, or temporary structures will determine whether the event needs increased review, even if attendance is low. This ensures that a private or low-impact event, especially those in HOA clubhouses or backyards, are not pulled into this special event process unless safety or operational concerns truly exist. If a trigger is present, staff will have the ability to move an event from a lower tier into a higher tier event. The ordinance also removes Section B of the code, which previously limited how many events a person or organization could hold per year. This was based on council's direction at the last council meeting, which removes the restriction and increases in flexibility for unnecessary barriers. The planning fee schedule has also been updated for consistency. While the fee amounts remain unchanged, the deposit levels are being aligned for the 4-tier structure, micro being $200, minor being $500, intermediate being $2,000, and major being $5,000. This ensures that the schedule reflects actual staff time and supports council's directions to make our processes simple, predictable, and transparent. And it's important to note that these are deposits, not the actual fees, so if any remains unspent, it will be returned to the vendor or customer. This concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Nicole, with that, I will go ahead and open up the public hearing at 7:04. Nicole, do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written requests. Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
Okay, so I will close the public hearing at 7:04 and open it up for council comments. Mayor Pro Tem Voigt?
Yeah, I want to thank staff for your work on this. I think you guys heard the concerns from the community and those holding events. We removed barriers, we streamlined processes, and we really moved towards a customer-based approach, and I appreciate that. So with that, I will move to introduce and first reading of ordinance amending Beaumont's municipal code, sections 9.03.020 definitions, 9.03.040 permit required, and 9.03.050 permit application filing fee to revise the thresholds for major and minor special events and a revision of the adopted fee schedule for consistency and for Beaumont Municipal Code alignment with the city's current adopted fee schedule.
I'll second. A roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Laura?
Yes, and I too appreciate the effort that was done to clarify and clean this up. It takes a lot of forethought and a lot of effort, so thank you for that.
You know what?
What's that?
I think did I read the right thing?
I think you read the introduction, not the recommended action.
I think I did. I think the motion should have been to hold a public hearing and waive from the other
So-
page.
Just to make sure that we're okay, what we'll do is go ahead and
Amend, should I amend?
amend the motion, and we'll retake that. Can we do that, Phaedra?
All right, so I will move, no wonder it sounded so weird to me and I was stumbling over my words. All right, I will move to hold our public hearing, waive the first full reading and approve by title only an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Beaumont, California, amending Chapter 9.03, Regulation of Special Events of the Beaumont Municipal Code to revise special event classifications and remove limitations on permit frequency, and adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaumont, California, amending the planning fee schedule to align with revisions of Chapter 9.03, Regulation of Special Events of the Beaumont Municipal Code.
I'll second that. We have roll call?
Councilmember Finn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Laura?
Yes. All right.
Yeah, that's right.
Nobody said anything though, so just wanted to hear you read it again. There we go. Okay, that brings us to item J, action items. J1, Freedom Festival. We got Mr. Doug Story with a bang.
With the bang.
There, see what I did there?
I like what you did there.
All right, it's early, it's early.
Possibility for some bangs, yes, awesome. Thank you, Mayor and Council, this evening to bring an update on where things are heading for the 4th of July celebration. You'll remember earlier this year in May, I came before and kind of talked about some of the struggles that were going to be present in the 2025 4th of July celebration with trying to secure a operator to have the fireworks show. Because of that, we went with the drone only with our red, white, and lights Beaumont Nights, where we did the aerial drones and all the fun things that were tied in with our Beaumont Nights program. And that's where, when that ended, we let you know that we would be getting immediately into how can we prepare for 2026. And so this update is to share where we were, where we are in that process. In August, we released an RFP asking for pyrotechnic services, which included an operator. We had that RFP open for almost 2 months. It ended up closing in October 21st. During this process, we became increasingly aware that we weren't receiving many bids. And in fact, when we opened the RFP, we didn't receive anyone that responded to it. So we reached out to almost a dozen different companies trying to find out what was going on and where we were with the process in trying to secure vendors. With the 250th anniversary of the United States of America, that has increased the supply and demand for fireworks. And so some of the companies were letting us know that there were concerns if they would be able to meet the demand and all those things. And so they chose not to bid. In that process, we were able to find a vendor who would be able to provide a show for us on the 4th of July. And so that's what I wanted to bring to council's attention and to discuss this evening. This vendor, Garden State Fireworks, let us know that they would be able to do it, but they had a minimum amount of what their shows were going for. And so the amount that they have is more than what we have historically paid for these events in the past. They are doing a show, their minimum show is $100,000. There was a breakdown of exactly what that covers, and we feel that the show would be a significant increase, and we would be getting a lot more bang for our buck. With that, in the staff report, there was just a few of the stats that show what this particular quote or what this quote would offer us in comparison to what we did in 2024, which was our last fireworks show that we had. It showed a 33% increase in the total number of shots, a 47% increase in the show duration, a 20% increase in just the shell size, 4 times the amount of display shells. And so basically it's a much bigger show. By increasing the size of the shell, it really opens up just fun opportunities, and they're able to see it from further in the community, and it's a higher display, in other words. And so we wanted to bring this to council's attention to discuss. The thing to remember for this is that this event obviously happens in July, so it actually happens in our next fiscal year. And so we would pay for this event out of next fiscal year, the 26-27 budget, which obviously we haven't designed yet and we haven't built that. But we wanted to allow an opportunity for discussion and to receive direction from council on whether or not we can work that into next year's budget. And so when we begin to build the budget, we would keep in mind the increase in the fireworks display, and this would be one of the things that we would enhance in that budget that gets presented to you next year. With that, there is a breakdown that shows you the budget and everything that's current and proposed for our Freedom Festival as well, and kind of how that goes as well. We currently have money in this year's budget to cover any deposits and things that we would need, and then this contract would be a general services contract, which would be within the city manager's signing authority, so we would be able to move forward with that as well with your blessing and direction if that was the case. If you have any questions or would like to discuss it, please let me know.
Thank you very much. Nicole, do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written requests. Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
Okay, so with that, I'll open it up for council discussion. Mayor Pro Tem Voigt.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys bringing this forward. I think if there's anything that I heard over this last 4th of July was that people wanted the fireworks. I definitely heard that loud and clear. I saw it loud and clear on social media, and it continued to be something that was discussed for a long time coming. While we appreciated the drone show, we really missed the fireworks. I know that there have been a lot of increases in requirements regarding shell size and things along those lines. I'm hopeful maybe we can find a location for that. Maybe now that we own the property across from the sports park, maybe that is a
Yeah, and that's
potential option.
That is the potential option. We would host the Freedom Festival events at the sports park. So concerts and games and vendors and all the fun stuff would be at the sports park, and the viewing area for this would be Mountain View Middle School on Cougar Way, and then we would project the shells and shoot the shells from our property that we purchased this year, where the future police station's going. That'll be where we'll shoot from, and then you would be able to see this display as well from the sports park. So if you stayed at the sports park, there would be actually 2 viewing areas, and we feel like we can increase the number of people that can see it.
Great. Well, I recognize that this is around the fireworks discussion. I do note that there's, I'm assuming 50,000 for a concert in there, or is it 25 for a concert? But I would, speaking for Jessica and the community, I would like to see potentially what we could get to make this a really big event, especially with the increase in the fireworks.
Sure.
So looking at the potential for bringing in some talent on that day, I think will aid in this, especially as we really move forward for this such a big milestone for the United States of America at 250. I think that this is the time to do that. So I just wanted that to be known here for me.
Thank you very much. Councilmember White?
A couple questions. So would we still be doing a Beaumont Nights on the, are we moving the Beaumont Nights over to where the fireworks are? I know the fireworks are Saturday.
Yeah, our plan is to do Beaumont Nights still on July 2nd, Thursday, July 2nd. And so that week, we would have Beaumont Nights regularly on Thursdays, and then our Freedom Festival would be a standalone event at the sports park.
Okay, and what's the end of the fiscal year? Is it July or June?
June 30th.
It's June 30th.
The end of the fiscal year, yes, correct.
So the budget for 25-26 ends on June 30th.
Mm-hmm.
And right now that is 121,000, is that correct?
Correct.
And so you're asking for 65,000 to come in from fiscal year 26-27.
Yes, because the firework portion that we would have to pay, that invoice comes in July. And so it would be part of the 26-27 budget.
But what about the 65,000 for 26-27?
That would, when we build the budget, that'll come to council.
So the 186,500 is really not.
It's not approved. It's proposed. That's what if we spent the extra 100,000, the extra money on the fireworks, totaling to the 100,000, then that's what items would cost for the proposed 26-27 budget.
I guess I'm lost because I'm seeing fireworks for 35 in 25-26 and fireworks for 100 in 26-27. I don't see 65 increase in both years. Am I missing something on the numbers?
No, the 35 is what we have historically budgeted and what is budgeted currently in our approved 25-26 budget. And so that has been our historical number that we have used. And if we go this direction later on in the year, when we start to build our budget for 26-27, we will have to include an increase to the fireworks program.
So the 65 is an increase for the fireworks in the 25-26, but we're paying for that in the 26-27.
Yes.
And if we did the same show in 26-27, our fireworks cost for 26-27 would be 165,000.
No, it would be 100 for fireworks.
So where's the 65?
They're showing you two different budgets, I think.
I understand, but you're asking us to look at the proposed budget for 26-27 being 186. That's going up by the 65, that the 25, 26 is going up. But wouldn't you start the 26, 27 at 186 and then, I'm not seeing where the 65 is. I see the fireworks at 100, but that's for 26, 27, correct?
Correct.
So you're saying, and that's where the 65 for 25, 26 is coming from?
I don't need the 65 in 25, 26. I would only need the 65 in 26, 27. And so since we haven't built that budget yet, it's going to come during that budget process.
So I still don't see, so if the budget ends at the end of July, that means we're expending 121,000 that we've already budgeted for, correct? Plus we're spending 65 from the next year budget, and we don't have two amounts of 65 now in the 26, 27 because we're moving that all over to the 25, 26.
So some of these items, and I'm not the finance director, but some of these items don't get, so for example, the drone show, I technically pay these out. They're in the budget this year, but they come out of the budget after July 1st because it's so close to the new budget.
Okay, so let me see if I can rephrase it. If you're taking 65 out of the 26, 27 to make sure that we do the show that we want to do in 25, 26, that 186 now is missing the 65 for the next year. We're short 65 that you've pulled out for that. And so now you're going to come to us and say, okay, well, you took 65 out of the 186 that we've already increased in order to cover the gap in 25. But in 26, shouldn't there be another 65,000 on that?
No, because we're not asking to increase the 25, 26 budget. So we're not making any adjustments to the current budget that I have.
No, I understand that, but you don't have, 121 is not going to cover your show. Is that what you're telling me?
Correct.
So if 121 is not going to cover the show in 25, then you need 65 that we're doing from 26. That'll get us to the 186. 65 no longer has that 65. I'm sorry, 26 no longer has a 65, so 26 now is at 121.5. You're moving 65,000 from 26 to 27, but you're not budgeting for an increase in 26. You know, I'd be very interested to hear where the rest of my council sits when they are constantly talking about the amount of additional money we're spending on this kind of stuff, and all the other important projects that we have. But I don't think this financing these numbers, I think you're missing 65 grand. I could be wrong.
Well, there you go.
Wouldn't be the first
I was
time.
gonna say, maybe I can help.
An accountant came in, thank God.
So the 25, 26 budget, we already had the 4th of July event. So what we need to do in the 26, 27 is, I think, your numbers
You're right.
is 35 plus 65 gets you to 100.
Correct.
So we're going to have to add an additional 65 when we prepare the budget for 26, 27. Our year end is June 30. So July 4th has already happened in our 25, 26 budget. We're going to need an additional 65 on top of the 35, and it's going to end up being a budgeted item of 100,000 in 26, 27.
I get it.
So you don't need any more for the 25, 26
Correct.
budget.
Correct,
That covers
Yeah.
the
It's just
show.
unfortunate, 4th of July is like 4 days into the new
Well,
fiscal
I-
year, so it gets a little confusing.
That's when I asked, that's where I started the conversation with where the fiscal year is, because I
Yes.
didn't know if the fiscal year ended at the end of July. And when someone said July, I
June.
just assumed it was the end of July.
Yep.
But
But I
It
do
still
have-
doesn't, it still doesn't.
Yeah, I was just gonna
still
say, it
doesn't
still
sound right.
means that we're gonna need another 65 for, because we're always gonna be behind if we don't, and if we keep that 100 going, we're always gonna, somewhere it has to balance, so somewhere it has to be.
Correct.
65
When we're
plus
building
65,
when
so
we're building the budget,
We'll add the extra
728.
65.
we're going to have to add the extra money, and we may have to make a decision to
Shrink something
Shrink
else
something
to
else.
balloon
Well,
that.
I
Correct.
thought that's where you were going,
Yep.
so I think again, if I'm wrong, tell me, I'm sure you will, but this chart should actually have another 65 on top of the 186, because that's what you're going to ask for if you want to do the same show next year.
65 and the 35, I believe,
This
right?
is already done. They're just
I'm not
coming
sure if there were drone numbers in this as well.
Yeah, there are
Doug?
drone numbers in it.
Yeah, so now there's,
Maybe I can, so when I'm doing a budget for my current role, it pre-populates what I used last time. So it's gonna show me, I
Correct.
used this last time.
Correct.
And in order to get it to what I needed to do, then I need to add 65 for the upcoming budget. So all they're showing us here is, if I was to copy and paste what I paid for last year, that's the 121.5. But I need it to be 186.5. So I'm gonna have to do some creative, what I
Correct.
call creative time card usually, but creative other things where you are reallocating funds. And the total for the fireworks for July 4th of 2026 needs to be 100,000 when we are building the budget moving forward.
Correct. Yes, correct.
Okay.
If that, does that make sense?
It makes more sense.
So he gave you a snapshot of what we've already paid this year, and if he was to build it at the same, and what we need for next year is on the right.
Okay.
So do we even care to see what we paid this year? That, you're telling me that event's
Yes.
over, it's been paid for?
correct.
So we don't really need
It's
to
our,
see.
it's our base.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
It's our base.
Understood.
Okay.
So we don't, if I can finish?
I'm sorry. I'm
So we
trying to
don't
help.
really need to see the 25, 26. All you're asking us to do is to okay a 26, 27 for the 26 July 4th event.
Yes. But I
Okay.
think this is important for the contract piece, correct, Doug?
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
For the what piece?
The contract, to be able to sign a contract and get the services in line.
No, I
for-
understand.
Yeah.
I understand. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
That is next
Good?
year.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Okay, yeah, so I can help with the cut down right now. So first of all, my opinion, and I would like some, council input. I'm not impressed with the drones. I haven't heard a lot of greatness coming from the community. I've seen a lot better, and 56 grand to me is a little steep for what we're getting. That's my opinion. So, what I would like to do is propose a test by moving that 56 over, canceling the drones, using that 56 in two ways. One, to cover that 65 shortfall, so we don't have to worry about moving anything over. Or if council wants to put it towards entertainment or something, that we can entertain talking about that. But what I would like to do, one, is cancel the drones, see if the public, what their opinion is on that. And if they're demanding the drones back, then I was wrong the whole time and they love their drones, let's bring it back. Or if I don't hear the resounding where are the drones, then perhaps look into another company. Because I've seen some drone shows that look really nice, and of course it's gonna cost more. But if we're gonna put out money for a show that we're trying to impress on, then why get a minimum on something that's, to me, it's just mediocre, in my opinion. But that would be my suggestion, to entertain removing that 56 from the drones and then seeing if we want to be fiscally sound and cover that 65 shortfall, or use some or partial or all to do what Mayor Pro Tem might have suggested. So I'm open on either way. Preferably, I would like to use it for the shortfall myself.
Okay.
But, I'm open to that. But I do think that we can probably use better of that 56 somewhere else. And my other question about the fallout zone was answered, and the alternate area was also answered. And I think those were the only ones I had. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Councilmember Penn?
Yes, thank you. If there was a drone, if there was a drone show, what day would it be proposed to be on? Would it be during, Thursday evening on Beaumont Nights?
It would be this, it would be incorporated as part of the Freedom Festival
All
on
right.
July 4th.
Drop the drone show, in my opinion. And then we can use that money to help pay for the fireworks. I heard too from the public, fireworks are gonna be more of what's wanted. I think we're gonna get a bigger participation from the public because of the 250th anniversary. And I'd like to see, as Mayor Pro Tem pointed out, what options, would it be to improve the entertainment and what would that adjustment look like? But I think for now, use the 56,500 from the drone show and apply it towards the fireworks. And then we just have a shortfall, just a smaller amount of money to make up for in the budget somewhere else. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. I agree. I wouldn't mind moving the money from the drone show to the fireworks show. I'm hoping you could be able to find 8,500 somewhere, or would we need to do, look at another project?
Yeah, no.
I mean, with the monies that we are removing from other projects in the capital improvement plan program, I would be okay with concerts at 25,000 and just going ahead and moving the drone shows so that we're not overspending. Even I understand that it's going to be a big show.
Yeah.
But I think the expanded fireworks show will be will be worth the expense or worth the investment. Councilmember White?
No, I agree with, the drone show was extremely impressive the first time because you've never seen it before.
Agree.
But after that, it's boring. I think we should, I agree with the rest of you on the drone show. That needs to go. And I think that we really should do the 100,000 fireworks. I'm in favor of that. And if we're going to do this event at Stewart Park, I think
Sports
Park, that's what I meant. But if we're gonna do this at the sports park, the big part for me and my family growing up, when they were growing up here on the 4th of July, was the all-day concerts. And the fireworks were sort of a cap. And I think it'd be a great finale with this fireworks. But I do think we need to put more money into the concerts. But I think we've got to be a lot smarter about the talent that we bring out for that, as well as Beaumont Nights. And I know Beaumont Nights is not on the issue here, but if we're going to have people come all day, and we just, we need to get a good competitive price for talent. But I think that we should put more money into talent. And I don't think that I would, at this point, be comfortable with saying any amount until we had an idea of what kind of talent you're talking about and how much it's going to cost. So I would like to see the 25 to go up. And I've brought this example up many times. Berlin came to Beaumont. We paid them $45,000, $50,000. 2 or 3 weeks later, they were in Yucaipa for $25,000. So we need to be smarter about the talent that we bring. And so again, I'm good with Xing the drone show, but I do think we need to have a really good concert for the day.
Sure.
Okay, so our recommended action is we're going to increase the 65,000 in fiscal year 26-27 budget and bring back suggestions on improved or revised dollar amount for concerts for that day.
And remove the drone show.
Eliminate the drone show.
Yeah.
That covered?
Well, so.
Direct stuff for ideas.
Is there still a need to do the budget increase, and by how much? The full 65?
I'd like to see the numbers, but I don't think 25,000 is going to give you an all-day entertainment.
So we don't know what we saved yet, if anything.
If we increase.
I think we could authorize to move the drone show money to the fireworks and come up with the difference of $9,000 and then ask them to bring back the concerts in a separate item.
Agreed.
Is that a motion?
and be able to execute the
I don't know
general
that we
services
needed a
contract.
motion. Was
Yeah,
it
because we
just?
need to execute the contract for the fireworks.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm
Yeah,
okay with that.
yeah, so
Okay.
I don't know if discussion's ended, but someone can make the
Yeah.
motion.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, so I would move that we drop the drone show, authorize the 100,000, and then get some numbers back on the concerts.
And execute the contract.
What's that?
And execute the contract.
And execute the contract.
Okay.
I'll second. Have roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes.
Councilmember White.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt.
Yes.
Mayor Laura.
Yes. Brings us to item J2, Seasonal Holiday Lights Program and Street Light Banner Program Services Agreement. Mr. Story.
Yes, so we have, over the years, have been increasing our holiday decorations around the city, and we also have been using that same company to do some of the streetlight banners, whether it be our banners that go across 6th Street that display events, or also our military banners that are across the town. And so now that we have one company, essentially, that is doing this, we went to an RFP process to make sure we were getting the best price. And now we are asking to move forward with an amount that needs council authorization in order to do that. And so that's what this Decrelite contract is really about. This allows us to keep the items that we have purchased. So in previous years, we've systematically gone through the city. We started on Palm Avenue with the ribbons and the lights, and then we moved to last year on Beaumont Avenue and the Market Night area, right down by 6th Street. And we also our city buildings, so City Hall, Fire Station 66, the CRC, different buildings that we have getting the Christmas lights and the decorations. With this contract, we are adding decorations to Fire Station 106, adding that to one of our things, our facilities that get decorated, and the wreaths that are placed there, an additional Christmas tree at the CRC, and then also additional ribbon or the bows on streetlights on 6th and different areas in our city. And with this contract, it also covers the storage of our current items that we already own, and then also the future items that we're going to be purchasing. We went through the RFP process. Decrelite was our lowest competitive bidder, and we're asking for the recommended action to approve a 3-year general services agreement with Decrelite for a period of November 18th, 2025 through November 18th, 2028, in an amount not to exceed $260,000, and this would be an agreement that would be executed by the mayor. If you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you. Nicole, do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written requests. Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
Okay, I'll open it up for council discussion or a motion.
Question, Mayor?
Councilmember Finn?
Yes, Doug, thank you, and I appreciate the explanation for the extra decorations and services that are involved. But do you have a general idea what we were spending previous to this per year?
It was controlled in multiple budgets, multiple departments, and we were probably in the like $75,000 range.
And then per year, so this
Per year.
dollar amounts for 3 years?
Correct. This is
Okay.
for 3 years, and then it also adds additional
extra
services and additional storage for us, and so it just put it over other signing
Yeah,
authorities.
okay. I appreciate the back part of that. Thank you.
Mhm.
Councilmember White?
That was my question as well. I'm sorry to be such a pain tonight, but when you bring us something like this for 3 years, 86, 66 something a year, it would be nice to know exactly what it's been costing us. Not just it's from, all sorts of different departments, because, if, I don't know how you plan a budget or plan expenditures like this without knowing what we spent or are currently spending. So that's just my comment, but that was my question on what we have been paying for.
Other comments? Motion? Councilmember Martinez?
No, just on that comment, if I may, I do agree with that. I spoke to Mr. Story a bit personally about some of the questions I had. What have we been doing? where is it going? And I understand that, it's a large task to do this, and we're not staffed to really take it down and hold it. But I do agree with Councilmember White. It would be kind of nice to understand in perspective, what was it costing us? And if we didn't go this route, what would it cost us? So that we can be able to say, okay, it cost the staff, $400,000, but this 260 would definitely be a savings, or it was costing us X amount. Because, I was comfortable going through what we're doing and what we're getting with the price. But for the public, it would be nice for them to also understand, because 260 looks big. We've just been cutting back and now we're spending 260. But in perspective, it would be nice so that we can be able to compare and then show that this is not only really more efficient financially, but, beneficial in so many ways. So I would agree with that. I'm okay with passing it because I have talked and did my research and found out more behind it. But going forward, it would be nice to always be able to compare what is it we're currently, what's the difference, how much are we saving, that kind of stuff, so that we can make a better decision on that. So I do agree with that comment.
Councilmember White?
I just want to let you know, I'm going to vote no on this item because I don't have enough information if the motion is to approve the 260,000.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the 3-year general service agreement with Decrelite Inland Inc. for a period from November 18th, 2025 through November 18th, 2028 in an aggregate amount not to exceed $260,000, and authorize the mayor to execute the agreement.
I'll second.
A roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor Laura.
Yes. Brings us to item J3, cooperative agreement between the City of Beaumont and Riverside County Transportation Commission, RCTC. Mr. Vestal.
Thank you, Mayor. On November 4th, council received an update for this project. Therefore, staff won't focus too much on the background of it. In the staff report, there's quite a bit of chronology and background to assist the council. In June of 2025, the city was notified that this project would be one of the projects added to the TSEP grant. That notification came with two distinct schedule requirements. One is that by December of 2025, this project completed the CEQA. The consequences of that would be that this project falls off the project list without any objection or opportunity for the city to object. Earlier this evening, council approved the CEQA and the NEPA document for this project. It'll go to Caltrans, and Caltrans will submit that on behalf of the city and actually behalf of Caltrans to the state clearinghouse. And they will notify the CTC later, once it's been accepted through the state clearinghouse. So barring some tragic event, that first requirement appears to be met. We're a little ahead of the game. The second requirement is that by June of 2026, this project is ready to list. The grant, TSEP grant, does allow a 1-year extension, which RCTC and the city would both apply to should we continue with this project. Allowing that the final milestone or requirement be completed in June of 2027. That is a project ready to advertise for construction in June of 2027. Staff has been diligently working since 2022 to make this project ready to list. We're currently at various levels. It's a complicated project, but our structure type selection is at 80%. Our structural design is at 60%. The UPRR track design is approximately 90%. And our geometric approval drawing is at 95%. And there's several other documents in the staff with percentages there. The agreement with RCTC would allow RCTC to take this project and meet that milestone. Should council reject this agreement, city staff is capable of hitting that milestone. However, the requirements from Caltrans would put city staff in our current level of understanding with Caltrans at a severe disadvantage. So in our opinion, RCTC would be better able to carry this project to the finish line, working with Caltrans, meeting that very strict deadline. The cost for RCTC to engage in this agreement is $14 million. It's $9 million to complete the PS&E, which is the final engineering, but also right-of-way, a portion of right-of-way, and their legal fees. As a separate item, let's see here. There's also a $4 million for right-of-way expenses. Right-of-way expenses is the procurement of right-of-way, but also the relocation of utilities, everything to get the project in a state ready to construct. And then there's also included in there a $1 million contingency fee. So that the total of that is $14 million. Your actions earlier to approve the CIP have provided the funding for this. This agreement would be fully funded, and as Councilmember White had stated, there's still a funding gap in construction. However, just to be clear, that this, bringing it to ready to list would be fully funded at $14 million. The reason it costs so much for RCTC to take this project over is that no engineer will accept the work of another engineer without going backwards some and making sure that they take ownership of those plans. So the cost is not a direct cost to complete the work. It is the direct cost to complete the work plus to go back and make sure it conforms with the engineering of record or the new responsible engineer. So with that, staff is recommending that RCTC, that City Council allow staff to execute this agreement and it move forward. I apologize. Yeah, so staff is recommending that council approve a cooperative agreement between Riverside County Transportation Commission and the City of Beaumont for Pennsylvania Grade SIP project for plans, specification, and estimates and right-of-way phase in the amount not to exceed $14 million. That concludes my presentation. Staff is available for any questions or comments.
Thank you. Nicole, do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written requests. Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
I'll open it up for council discussion. Councilmember White?
So you mentioned right-of-way is about 4 million, is that what you said? And is that in the 14 million we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, and that 4 million, did that come from RCTC?
It did.
It did, okay. Okay, thank you.
Well, Robert, I just want to congratulate you and your staff for getting the environmental documents done. I know that when we got approval, or not approval, excuse me, but when we were held a likely candidate for the grant, I know that the environmental studies and getting that done on time was the first big hurdle. Your team and you have accomplished that, and I appreciate that very much so. Mayor Pro Tem Voigt?
Yeah, seeing no other lights on and pending no further discussion, I will move to approve a cooperative agreement between Riverside County Transportation Commission and the City of Beaumont for the Pennsylvania Grade Separation Project for plans, specifications, and estimates and the right-of-way phase in an amount not to exceed 14,000.
14
Million. I wish it was 14,000.
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. Have roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Sorry. Councilmember White?
You almost saved us $13 million.
I was trying. I was really trying.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Laura?
Yes. That brings us to item J4, award a professional service agreement to Vector Resources, Inc. for architecture and installation of the new integrated alarm system citywide. Mr. Jamie.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Before you is a new citywide integrated security alarm improvement project. This proposal is to award a 5-year contract to Vector Resources for the design and installation of an upgraded alarm, camera, access control, and security system throughout all city facilities. This includes City Hall, Building B, Building D, Animal Control, Police Department, Police Annex, 514 California Business Hub Building, Chatney Recreation Center, Wastewater Treatment Plant, 4th Street Yard, Stewart Park, and the Sports Park. Early this year, the city issued a public request for a proposal to upgrade our outdated alarm systems. The goal was to find a long-term partner who could provide a modern, reliable, and fully integrated security solution that connects all city buildings into one system. This project will replace the existing equipment that is 20-plus years old with a state-of-the-art technology and will allow staff to monitor all city facilities through a single centralized platform. It will also tie directly into the police department's new security camera system, truly centralizing our integrated alarm system. 7 companies submitted proposals for this project, and staff carefully reviewed and scored each one. Only 2 companies met all the project requirements, including the city's request for a 5-year service plan. Of those 2, Vector Resources submitted the most cost-effective and well-qualified proposal at $816,536, compared to the next proposal of just over $1 million. Based on their qualification, experience, and value, staff determined that Vector Resources is the best fit to carry out this important project. Funding for the project has already been included in the city's capital improvement plan that was adopted early this evening. This new system will strengthen the city of our city facilities, improve efficiencies for our staff, and enhance coordination with our police department, ultimately protecting our employees. Tonight, staff is recommending that council authorize the city manager to execute the agreement with Vector Resources for an amount not to exceed $825,000 as part of Capital Improvement Project IT 2502. In addition, authorize the city manager to sign the professional service agreement contract template approved by the city's legal team with Vector Resources. Thank you. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Jamie. Nicole, do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written requests. Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
Okay, I will open up for council discussion. Councilmember Finn?
Just a quick comment. I appreciate the integration with the police cameras. I think that's a great idea.
Great, thank you.
And if there are none, I'll make a motion.
Got Councilmember White?
Okay.
I saw the tie and the suit, and I knew you wanted a lot of money.
Just for you, sir.
Okay. Question I had for you on the cameras. The 512 gigs and the 8 terabytes for 365 in 30 days. I assume the 365 in 30 days is how long you're keeping the...
Yeah, so there will be a point where it will get purged after a certain amount of time, but yes, we're keeping that amount of time.
That's what the 30 days is?
Correct.
And how do you just determine which cameras are going to be the long-term ones and which ones?
They're all going to be that exact same amount across the board with all the cameras that we're currently purchasing with Verkada.
Okay, because I'm seeing the multi-sensor cameras, 365 days, and the outdoor fisheye cameras are 30 days.
My apologies, yes, correct. So the outdoor ones will be a shorter time, while the indoors will keep at a longer one. The internal ones can hold more on there, and we want to keep those for longer if there's incidents with inside the facilities.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Good.
So with that, if I get to my spot here, sorry. I move that we authorize the city manager to execute the agreement with Vector Resources, Inc. and all related documents with a total not to exceed a cost of $825,000.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Thank you.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor Laura.
Yes. That brings us to item J5, discussion of proposed changes to the travel expense and reimbursement policy. Mr. Romo.
Yes, Mayor, council members. This is a request that was brought by the City Council to update the policy for travel expenses and reimbursement. And I'd like to also thank staff for all of their input in this. We went through this through the last few months to make sure we brought you something as you requested. Last time this policy was updated was in April 2nd of 2024. And there's been some language updates made also in January 2025 to clarify reimbursement procedures and committee travel provisions. All in all, for the purposes of the public, what this policy does, it establishes guidelines for authorizing and participating in and reimbursing travel-related expenses that are incurred by yourselves as elected officials, appointed officials, commissioners, staff, and volunteers while they conduct official city business. And this could be for travel, educational, as well as lobbying type of events. So again, in response to your direction, we've looked at this policy and we've made some red line changes. We've given it to you as attachment A, which shows the current policy, and attachment B is the proposed update. So tonight, we'd like to get your input on those changes. We've had a list of items, and in the staff report, you'll notice the scope of the proposed changes. What we're trying to get at is when multiple council members attend the same event, coordination has to occur to ensure balanced representation and avoid duplication of attendance, and mainly to maintain compliance with the Ralph M. Brown Act, including the limitation that no more than 2 council members may meet or deliberate on city business outside a properly noticed public meeting. And this is especially important, as I indicated, for lobbying type of events, such as when you go to Sacramento or Washington, D.C., or ICSC, where developers are present. It's distinguished from educational events such as the League of California Cities and the National League of Cities, where council members and staff go for educational purposes. So in the staff report, we identify section A, the required forms. We're indicating forms must now be submitted at least 2 weeks before scheduled travel for destinations within California, and at least a month if outside of California. And subsection 3 identifies updates to the point of contact for assistance with completing travel forms to the HR department. And then under subsection B, authorized expenses, the revised policy adds clarification on ground transportation, such as Uber and taxis, and expands allowable minor incidentals, and that's consistent with our IRS definitions. Also adds the language to ensure compliance with state law, identifying in accordance with Government Code Section 53232.2F, all expenses that do not fall within this reimbursement policy must be approved by the City Council in a public meeting before the expense is incurred, except as provided in Code Section 53232.2D. And then, of course, it also references the Finance Department's Policies and Procedures Manual for additional guidance on authorized expenses. Then we go on to Section C. That adds language specifying that personal losses incurred while on city business are not reimbursable. And then on section D, pertaining to lodging and meals, adds a clear distance and timing standard for overnight lodging eligibility. We're indicating only conferences located more than 40 miles from the city qualify for overnight lodging. Additionally, if a conference includes an event, an evening event, I should say, extending past 5 p.m., lodging shall be considered. It also adds an exemption allowing overnight accommodations for board or committee members when extended participation before or after meetings is required, and that's subject to city manager approval. Last, section E on transportation. Under subsection 1, general rules, it clarifies that employees may use paid time off to extend a trip, provided that prior approval is obtained and all employment conditions and MOUs are satisfied. And last, subsection 3, city and personal vehicles. This adds language allowing non-city travelers to ride in a city vehicle under limited circumstances. So we're talking about members of the family and so forth of that staff member. When travel exceeds 75 miles, an alternative transportation is impractical, with prior approval and personal insurance covered by the driver. There are no fiscal impacts associated with this. This is, again, just for discussion purposes to get your feedback on those red line changes. So the recommended action is to review the proposed modifications and or approve the updated travel expense and reimbursement policy, or we could bring this back to you after you've given us direction on additional changes. That concludes my report. Any questions you have, here to answer.
Thank you very much. Nicole, do we have any public comment on this item?
I have no written requests. Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
Okay, so I'll open it up for council discussion. Councilmember White?
I may.
Okay. Seeing no lights, I'll go ahead and go. I'll probably be on the short end on this one, but that's okay. As previously stated, I'm opposed to the policy change which will allow more than 2 council members to attend a business meeting. To be clear, my concern is not over educational conferences, but it's over business meetings. I really don't think it's fair to place staff in an awkward position of ensuring that council follows the Brown Act. You wouldn't want to make your boss not attend a meeting, or it just puts council or puts staff in an awkward position. And the optics of this change, in my opinion, they look bad. They go against the transparency that we've been working to create. Again, just my opinion. We've had, in my experience, we've been to DC and had a couple of different instances where there was no intent to violate the Brown Act, but the optics, non-elected staff had made a comment about Brown Act. Again, there was no intent to violate the policy, but there was just the optics of it. It's concerning to me. And then here on the dais, whenever we have a concern where there may be an issue, out of an abundance of caution, we'll excuse ourselves. But we don't want to take that same abundance of caution when we do our traveling for business purposes. And it's really not clear to me on the purpose or the need of allowing all 5 of us to attend business meetings. Also, with the understanding that this policy is going to live well past our terms. And with my experience, past experience, there were issues that I would not be comfortable with some council members attending, not the ones here present. So, and we have committee assignments. We go through this every year. We go through committee assignments, or we'll do 2x2s, but it's to prevent having a majority of the council attend any meeting. So, in my opinion, I would never think of sending 5 council members to a meeting in Beaumont, a business meeting in Beaumont, but yet we would do that to Washington, D.C., Las Vegas, or Sacramento. So it's concerning to me, and the direction from our attorney was not in support of this as well. So that's all I have on that at this point. Councilmember White, you have?
Yeah, I'm confused because I thought that's exactly what this proposed scope is, saying that no more than 2 council members could go to, because it says it's especially important for lobbying events such as the state or national capital. I thought that scope was what you're recommending, is exactly what the mayor was suggesting.
It's leaving it open in case you decide that 5 members are going to go, let's say to a Sacramento trip, that staff will ensure we will go with you to make sure that you do not get into any issues with the Brown Act. But the policy is leaving it open to you. So we're not saying in there that it cannot be done.
Okay, and I agree that I believe I didn't agree with the legal advice. Sorry, Phaedra, but or actually it was your colleague. But I'm okay with the objection or suggestion that the mayor is making as far as the 2 people only going to only going to DC and Sacramento. But I have some other questions sort of related to that, as well as just some general, I'm not understanding some of what you're proposing here. So if we're talking about events like ICSC or the National Capital or state, I believe that if there's only 2 people who want to go, we're good. If there's 3 people that would like to go, then I think a decision needs to be made, and I don't think that's the mayor's decision. I think that should be a council decision, because I think each council member of those 3 who may or may want to go should be able to convince 2 other members on the council that they're the right person to go. I understand that we do, the mayor does set all of the committees, but as Mayor Laura pointed out, who knows who the next mayor is going to be and what, whether or not they're making the best decision. I'm not saying you, I'm saying who might be the mayor in 5 years from now, and whether or not they're going to make the right decision as to, do I send my buddy or do I send someone who really has a passion and maybe a specialty. I wouldn't send me to a builder's conference. I would ask Mike to go. So that's my thought on that. Are some of these, or which of these changes are changes being made because there are issues that we have now that we need to fix?
I think some of these changes are pretty minor. They're more cleanup efforts. The big one, of course, is, as you had pointed out, the events that council and commissioners and staff attend for lobbying purposes.
I really think, and I just don't want to argue it anymore, but I really think we did well. I only got to go on one of the DC trips, but I think we did well as far as we were, never at the same meeting. There was never more than 2 of us at a different meeting. So the other clarification I had here, one is on I don't know if we need more specific language. One was on the 40 miles. Where's that one? Okay, so it says additionally, if a conference includes an evening night event extending past 5 p.m., that, the way I read it at first, and I can read it differently now, so maybe a little more clarification, is that if I'm going to a conference and then there's a dinner at the end of the day at that conference, then if I'm more than 40 miles away, less than 40 miles, that if I want to stay for that, I can. I don't think that's as important as if you're going to a reception the night before. So you may be going to a reception the night before. I just went to one for CalCog, and on Thursday there was a dinner reception. On Friday there was the conference. And I think that may need to be discussed and considered. You mentioned here, I think somewhere in the I don't think it was in here, because I think it was something that you brought up, Gus, about the ride share. I don't see any comments in here. I mean, I went down to the vehicles and I didn't see any comments specifically related to ride share. Is that proposing a change? Do we even have, it says Uber rides to and from following, is that a change?
It's just a clarification under Section B, authorized expenses. What we're saying, it adds clarification on ground transportation such as taxis and ride shares and expands allowable minor incidentals, but I don't think it's a full change.
Okay.
No, that was in there previously.
One thing that we have at our company, and I think it's a good policy, is that we only reimburse the traveler for 15% tip on Uber rides. Because sometimes you see Uber rides and they're $10 tip, that kind of stuff.
We have our CalCard purchasing policy is no more than 18%.
But that
Financial.
doesn't, we don't have Cal cards.
Right.
So I just wanted to bring that up. And then the last one was, city shall not pay for the travel expenses of family members or guests. So if I wanted to bring a family member on a trip, say Sacramento, and that family member doesn't need an additional room and I'm paying for my own transportation, that's still okay under this policy, correct? Okay. I think that should be made a little bit more clear if that's possible. And I really think that's all I have this time around.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, just a couple of things too. So right now, well, we've been doing it a couple of different ways. So the Cal card's still a possibility. It says in there, you know, if finance director says that might be the better approach, I'm not sure. But this is just for the reimbursement stuff. So if the city decides that they're going to book the room for us, or if they're getting the hotel and they're doing everything, then there's nothing that we need to do on our part. Is that correct?
No change.
Okay, there's no change there. So we don't have to submit the form ahead of time with everything, and then the city can come back and say, well, we'll do this, we'll do this, we'll do this. We don't have to do that.
I think staff actually submits that form on your behalf.
Okay, so it's there, okay.
Because your per diem ends up getting attached to that, all in
Exactly.
one package. So I think staff does it on your behalf.
Okay, so it's there, it's just done right. Thank you, Nicole. That's all.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyd?
Yeah, I think I have a little bit of a different perspective with regards to this. I think that when we attend something such as DC or Sacramento with a full complement or as many as we need to, we show council cohesion. I think that we can agree that typically somebody in this role is in a professional state of mind, or at least that's the expectation. And I do think that there is, as long as we have some understanding of the Brown Act, and we would, ideally hope that we can all present ourselves in a professional manner, then we should be able to divide and conquer accordingly, knowing that those are the expectations. I have found the trips to DC absolutely invaluable. I think that they help us to request funds. I think they are very beneficial when it comes to what is coming back to our community. And I definitely find them, the exposure is important. And I think that when you have multiple representatives, you get that. I see that. Also, there are others who see us going as well that think, oh, maybe we need to go. And it also encourages our partners to work side by side with us as well. So I do see a benefit to all of us going. I understand the concern with regards to staff for having to schedule those meetings. But I think with appropriate planning, that can be done. And it can be done effectively. To actually broaden or expand what we can do when we make a trip one time a year. So let's say we're there for 3 days and we have the ability to accomplish 9 meetings. This gives us the opportunity to accomplish 9 meetings versus accomplishing 5. And so I do think that there is value if we can make it organized in a way that we are able to accomplish that. And for me, I think that that's very, very beneficial. I see the same thing for ICSC. I think that we all sit up here and all have valuable input. I think that each one of us has important components of those. I do understand the committee assignments, but there are often times that scheduling is difficult and you do need multiple people in multiple meetings at different times. I know it's hard on staff to try and wrangle electeds, and I get that. But I think that we all have a professional standard that's to be held. And so in my opinion, I like that it's open-ended. I like that we can have the conversation about it and have the discussion, because I do find value in attending meetings with different members of this council, because I too see different perspectives sometimes. I learn from my peers up here often on different sides of meetings that we have and things that I don't think about. And so it helps me if, let's say I'm going to be on this council 2 years longer, it gives me perspective of somebody else, and allows us to push things or continue them for continuity. So I would say that is, I am a big proponent of encouraging us to travel in a mass.
Okay, Councilmember Finn.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So having been to Sacramento once and DC twice, I think it's been a benefit to go. I always think it's money well spent, and the benefits outweigh the costs. But what I want to make sure, and I don't know if it's possible for staff, or at least they can make this a priority when setting up those meetings, report back before we have the itinerary of who's going to make sure that we're productive, because we've had some meeting cancellations during those trips, where I don't want to see it to where we've got 2 council members that were scheduled to go to a particular meeting on a morning, meeting, and that's the only one for the day, and the other council members have literally nothing to do.
Right.
And so we want to make sure that it's productive while we're there, and also productive and covers the cost of the extra staff and so forth. Because as we go to the extra meetings, and it's wonderful to have staff there, because we can learn as council members some of the inside scoops of what staff deals with from department to department and so forth. But just maybe that extra planning effort. And I do support what Councilmember White brings up and with the mayor, in that I like the idea of initially just planning to send 2 and keep it that way and have that a policy to protect the city in the future. But I see the need in certain circumstances where, and especially if we have that planning set up, where those additional meetings are there, staff can go, then let's bring that extra council member or 2 to take advantage of those extra meetings. I've learned that at different times of the year, you've got higher up elected officials, with varying schedules. Sometimes they're there, sometimes they're not. Do we go when there's Cal Cities events and we're one of 100 cities trying to get their attention? Or do we go an off-cycle area and now we have their undivided attention? And so, in general, I would support sending 2 council members as a policy, but then we can review that and earn our way if there's more, but with the help from staff, to make that productive, and that we have those meetings set up to justify that extra, council member or 2 going.
So, sir, just to clarify, it sounds like you're looking for flexibility in the policy. In other words, to say yes, 2 council members for these type of events, but depending on the event, there could be the flexibility of having more than 2.
Yeah, and it would be good to know, or to have a report from staff ahead of time, like a pre-briefing, to say, we plan to go, here's what we would like to accomplish, here's the goals we're going to try to achieve, and this is how we're going to do it. And then it involves the meetings with these 5 different departments or whatever. Here's our meeting schedule. And I know it might be even more difficult, or maybe even borderline impossible, to try to set that up even before travel arrangements are made. But if that's possible, I say we do it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with all of the comments, really, because it is a case-by-case on case-by-case basis. I do like the idea of trying to adhere to a 2 member policy. But, when I had mentioned this when we first started the discussion, my biggest concern was making sure that the public was aware that we're following some sort of a guideline. Making sure that if the public raises an eyebrow of why you're doing this, we can assure them, and the scope does that, I believe, where we can point to it and say, listen, we understand that there are times where we need to do this, but trust us that we're following to the Brown Act, and the scope shows that when we do have meetings, and it's outlined there. So I think that scope does qualify for what I was asking in the beginning. I was asking for a policy so that we can point to a policy and listen, when this happens, this is what we follow. No 2 people are this, blah, blah, blah. We have that kind of stuff. And This was kind of all of that in a paragraph, and I think it works. So I'm comfortable showing the public, listen, we are adhering to this. However, we try to, in all circumstances, stay to two at a conference or, whatever it is we're going to. But in events where it may seem more practical to send the full group, then we adhere to this. Because there are times where if you look in the future, we don't know what the makeup would be on a council.
Right.
And if you do have two people that are always going, based on whether the mayor was appointing them all the time or so forth, then the other council members might wonder, well, what's really being said there? What's happening? Because I don't know, I didn't go. So having a too strict policy, we have to be careful because it can come back and bite us as well. So this way, if we're in a position where we're getting the same two and then other members say, well, I want to go there and see what's going on, we're adhering to the policy. But I don't want to say we're policing the other members, but we are kind of keeping tabs of what's going on out there so that we're included in the conversation as well. And that's just to kind of help balance so it's not a one-way street of always the same persons, and maybe they have great intentions, maybe they don't. But we can help kind of police that by having everybody go if it so chooses. And it really comes down to, do we all want to go? We're not saying that we're all going to want to go every single time, every place. I've been to Washington, I'm good, so going in the future, that's already down to 4 now. And as things go, and, as we progress and as the council again changes, that's going to depend. But I think, again, just in summary, I think the scope is good enough to assure the public that we're following some sort of a parameter guideline. We can have an internal policy. I don't know if it needs to be written, but we can have kind of an internal, let's try to stick to 2. But, in some cases, let's discuss if there's more than 2, then let's convince each other why we need that and then go from there. And if we do, then we have some sort of a scope or guideline. So that's kind of my 2 cents. And I would prefer not to have a full group. But then again, there are instances where, it was very beneficial in Washington. There was a lot to cover, and that was that was well done when a lot of people went, because you could, set up the meetings and so forth, and it worked. It was a lot of logistical issues, I'm sure, for the staff, but it worked, and I think the public benefited from that. So anyway, it's my 2 cents.
Okay. I agree. I think that DC and Sacramento are very beneficial. I think we get a lot of benefit from those. The issue that occurred when I was at DC both times was that, as Councilmember Finn referred to, is that we had a meeting cancellation. So even though those that didn't get to attend the meeting because their meeting was canceled, they attended another meeting as just bystanders, but you end up with the optics of you have more than a full boat there. So you can't account for cancellations. I mean, the best laid plans are, sometimes they cancel. But as Councilmember White indicated too, you don't want the mayor making those decisions as picking those. I mean, if you limit it to 2, there's going to be somebody that makes a decision. ICSC is a big one. I think everybody's going to want to go to that one. And the concern that I have is when we go there, you have a developer has a dinner. You have 4 council members that go to that dinner. Each one sits at a different table to try to avoid the Brown Act. But at each table is a representative of that developer. Is there a legal concern there? Even though the council members don't sit together, but you have a representative from a developer sitting at those tables, is there any concerns is that any type of a Brown Act violation?
I think our concern would be the creation of a serial meeting, right? You're not all sitting together at the same time and place, but you may be interacting with other individuals collectively, and we know under the Brown Act that can facilitate a Brown Act violation, which is why it's really important to be mindful of your obligations under the Brown Act. And certainly legal best practice, right, is to have less than a quorum of the legislative body. Having said that, if the council goes a different direction, we will do everything we possibly can to ensure that your meetings that you attend are in compliance with the Brown Act. But the concern would be a meeting, first of all of you collectively in the same time and place, hearing or discussing issues that come within your subject matter jurisdiction. So that's one concern. And even if you're separated, the challenge of potentially creating a serial meeting by either what they call daisy chain, which is one person talking to the other, talking to another, or the hub and spoke, where one person is the person that has the information communicating with all the council members. That is our legal concern, and I think that's been expressed, and I appreciate the recognition that, people see things differently.
Councilmember White?
One of the disadvantages of going first here is that I believe that our Mayor Pro Tem was probably not at the last meeting that we discussed this. I think that was the meeting you were out because I gave in because I thought I was going to be fighting all four of you again. I couldn't agree more with what Mayor Pro Tem brought up. I think the impression we put upon our congressmen when all five of us came into that room, I think that was huge. I think staff did a great job of planning for meetings. We did have some cancellations, but you don't know what's going to happen when you're out there. I don't remember any, even in cancellations. It may have been the first trip that I didn't go on, but I don't remember any other council member being in a meeting as a bystander when the two that were assigned to be there were there. So I think the dinners are not as important, and there's more than one developer at ICSC that's giving dinners. So, I think maybe if the dinners are an issue there, but I couldn't agree more that we not only should allow a full council to go, but we should encourage a full council to go to ICSC and DC. I don't know that Sacramento is that important. No one listens to us up there because our representatives have no influence or power there. So I think limiting, but I think DC, I think ICSC are where we can come in mass and get a lot more stuff done. And the staff has been great on the two trips I've been to as far as keeping us separate and not losing us. That was always important to Elizabeth. She'd say, I know I'm going to lose a council member and I'm never going to hear the end of it. So anyways, I couldn't agree more with what the Mayor Pro Tem said.
Just a quick reminder, $50.4 million from Sacramento trip for the grade separation. So they're all important.
And
Councilmember
if I just may add, if ICSC is the only one that's really giving us all nervousness, then we can, as it gets closer, come up with some sort of a policy where we all agree on, so we can make a guideline and say, okay, so we're going to do this, and, just so we can feel more comfortable and the public can feel more comfortable, since that really is what I hear is the biggest concern we have, I think. But anyway, we can talk about that as we get closer.
Enough direction on that?
Plenty of notes, sir. Thank you very much.
Do we need, I'm sorry, I don't have it up on here. Is it a motion? Or is it just a?
I think we're asking them to come back.
Okay. Okay. We're going to actually review the policy and we'll come back. So you're going to have to come back with, right, Gus?
That's correct, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Item K, legislative updates and discussion. No? Okay. Economic development update?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Just a real brief update for you. The Economic Development Committee did have a meeting last Wednesday, November 12th. Two items were on the agenda. First one was we asked the EDC to endorse the composition of a steering committee for our Economic Development Strategic Plan update, which is underway. Mayor Pro Tem Voigt and Councilmember Martinez met with staff and the city manager to sort of vet through that list ahead of time. And so that discussion went very well, and the group did wind up endorsing that approach. And so our staff is making contact with all the people on the list, and we've got a pretty good level of commitment so far. So that's looking well. And then the second item we discussed was the decorative crosswalk concept for the downtown area. And I think we had a pretty good consensus among the EDC members. And the second meeting, December, we will be bringing back to you a couple of visual choices to choose from as possibilities and to go forward with that concept. And the only other thing I just wanted to thank all of you and the community and staff for showing up at the ground or ribbon cutting, grand opening for the Biz Hub yesterday. The event was really well attended, and I think it went over very well, and we're very excited about the activity there.
And none of our cameramen got hit.
Oh, God.
Yeah, that was a plus.
Always a bonus.
Thank you very much, Kurt. City Treasurer report? None? City Clerk report? No? Okay. City Attorney report?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to remind everybody that we will be reconvening an open session after we conclude the closed session so that we can do the report out of closed session.
Okay. Thank you.
The whole council doesn't need to be here, right? We usually just send one, usually the mayor out with the attorney.
To report out?
Yeah. That was from our history of our.
Maybe not. So that we don't all want to attend.
That was a history of our 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock meetings. No, really, I'm serious.
Okay.
Do we
That's
need?
fine.
We don't need more than one.
Can I think about that for more than 30 seconds?
Yeah. Well, yes. You can think about it till we're out of closed session, depending on what time it is.
All right. City Manager report?
Yes, sir, we have the October 25 monthly report for you, and we're going to keep doing that. So the next one will come up before the end of the next month. And also want to let you know that our PIO, Julie, put out the press release for the Biz Hub. So public's going to be able to see that. That's all I have.
Excellent. Excellent. Any future agenda items? Seeing none, we'll go council reports. Councilmember Finn?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. A lot of meetings that I attended to, so I'll just be real quick and just kind of rattle them off. On the 5th of November, I was asked to give kind of just a city update to our local realtor meeting, so it was a nice opportunity. Talk shop with my fellow realtors on that and tell them what the city was up to and so forth. Also attended the Banning State of the City, the police department swearing in promotions. Congratulations to all there. At our T-Now meeting on the 6th, we'd had a presentation previously on this, but they did it again, and we had RCTC come out and give a presentation on their traffic relief plan. And what's nice about our T-Now is we've got participation now from Calamasa and council members from Banning showing up as well, so that's been a plus. Attended the Regency groundbreaking ceremony, my first involvement with the project and seeing it, and since I had to recuse myself from that, so it was nice seeing them moving forward on that. Very honored to have been asked to MC our Veterans Day ceremony after the Veterans Day parade, and the privilege to being able to be a speaker as well. So honored to do so, and I'm so very proud of our council, staff, and the city supporting our veterans. And then last night attended our Finance and Audit Committee. We reviewed the budget, another clean opinion on the audit. We reviewed the audit, excuse me, it was the Finance and Audit meeting. And then it also, as mentioned, we all were in attendance to the Biz Hub ribbon cutting. Great looking building. It looks fantastic on the inside. If I were starting a different type of business in the city of Beaumont, I'd love to have a space there. It's very impressive, so appreciate all the effort that went into that. And that's my report.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. So I attended the Banning State of the City as well. The PD promoting ceremony, congratulations to all those that were promoted. The Hemet State of the City, I attended. The Youth Council meeting was canceled due to lack of quorum, but I do want to thank Ashley Starr for being there ready to go. She was ready, and with the few that were there, she even gave a little bit of her update on the future events that we have coming up. And recruited, basically. Regency groundbreaking was great. It was nice to see it from that angle and being there on the property to see the vastness, and I can kind of visualize now where the second phase goes and so forth. So that was really fun to be at. Veterans Day Parade, again, thank you to all those that served, and thank you for emceeing, Mr. Fan. The Biz Hub ceremony was great and well attended. I almost underestimated that because I was stalling on going, say, I'll find parking, but I got there and it's like, wow, it was really great. It was well attended. The building looks absolutely marvelous, and I'm excited to see what's going to start coming up in there. And lastly, the Rotary Thanksgiving dinner was well-attended. Despite the rain, I was really impressed with who showed up. I was only called Mayor Laura once.
All right.
So that wasn't too bad. But the worst part was having to hear Mayor's jokes
Oh.
for 45 minutes straight while serving. I don't know how many roll jokes he gave out, because he was handing out rolls. But anyway, I appreciated that, and it was a great event. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember White.
Okay, last couple of weeks been pretty exciting, starting off with my master bedroom window getting shot out. And I want to thank the chief and let you know the Beaumont's finest detectives showed up the next day and took a good report from my wife. $800 later, hopefully we don't get another 22 flying through our windows. But 2 ribbon cuttings, a groundbreaking, a parade. Little advice for other electeds in a parade: don't let Peggy the Frenchie ride in your car with you, because everyone was like, "Oh, look at the dog! Oh, look at the dog!" So, but
I got it.
it was
Took
it was
me
a
while
pleasure
to get
riding
that
with
one.
you, Mr. Jones. I appreciate that. And the Thanksgiving. I was offered the opportunity to stand next to the mayor and dish out the vegetables. Oh, wait, no, you were doing the vegetables.
Those are green beans.
Green beans, okay. And I said, no, I'll do the gravy at the other end of the line.
Now
So
I know why. Okay.
Wow.
stuffing at
That
the other
hurts.
end of the line.
You only hurt the ones you love, right?
Yep.
That's right.
Mayor
That's all
Pro
I
Tem
have.
Voigt. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
I thought you were going to roll it on over.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Oh, see, that's.
I'm sorry, I
You
had
can do
one
roll
more,
first here.
one more event that I missed. I didn't know after the Regency, I forgot there was an animal control meeting there. And I want to apologize. When I come to these meetings, I'm getting to work early so that I can leave for 1 hour or 1.5 hours. So I come and go just to get my hours in. So I'm really looking forward to Mayor Pro Tem's update on that meeting that I missed.
Oh, well, thank you. Nothing like putting me on the spotlight because I too missed that meeting. So, Chief, we apologize for our lack of planning with regards to that one. I attended the Banning State of the City as well as the PD swearing in. We did have the collaborative meeting. We have decided to move that meeting to quarterly. It was an every other month meeting, so we've decided to move it to quarterly. In addition, we've decided to focus that meeting on emergency response. So that we can continue kind of focusing towards a directive with regards to that. I appreciate all of the collaboration that does go with that meeting. It includes the Water District, the Park District, the library, and a lot of our other governmental partners in the city. So we are kind of reforming and re-steering that committee a little bit there. So excited for that. And San Gorgonio Pass Water Agency will be hosting us for next year. So thank you to them for doing that. The Regency groundbreaking was excellent. I know that's a huge milestone for the city and lots of buzz around town about that. Veterans Day was amazing. I appreciate all of the touching speeches that went into that and what does it mean to be a veteran. It was really heartwarming. The sacrifices seen, not only for the veteran, but also their families. And so I really appreciate the sentiment. Economic development, I want to say thank you to the team. I think the meeting was excellent this time. They gave great updates, and I'm excited to see the sidewalks come back. And as you guys all stated, the Biz Hub looks fantastic, so I'm very excited. I know that's been a long time coming for some of our community partners, as well as our local colleges, and it's always exciting to see continuing education and development within our area. So big bonus for the city, and really elevates us, I think. So thank you for your work on all of that.
Thank you. Okay, so I attended the banning and the Hemet State of the City. The recent groundbreaking ceremony was fantastic. The Rotary dinner for the Thanksgiving dinner was great. You did an excellent job on the green beans with bacon, so that was awesome. The Veterans Day Parade, Councilmember Finn, thank you so much for emceeing that event. Good job. Staff did a great job on that. Also judged, one of my favorite events during the year is the Amazing Shake. So I judged that for Starlight Elementary and San Gregorio Middle School. The Biz Hub ribbon cutting was fantastic. I do want to thank, that was a complete team effort by staff. We had staff that did curb and gutter and driveway repairs. We had staff that did tile and making doors ADA compliant and putting things together. It was just a complete teamwork effort, and I really appreciate all the efforts that were done. Julie, you're doing a great job with the ribbon cuttings and the scripts and making sure everything goes off as scheduled, so thank you for your efforts on that. And with that, we will go ahead and reconvene to closed session at 6:37. 8:37, sorry. Clean those, yeah, clean. Okay, and we are back from closed session. Phaedra, can you please report out from closed session?
Thank you, Mayor. The report with respect to item B3, public employee appointment, employment for the interim city manager. The city council has appointed Gustavo Romo as the interim city manager by unanimous vote. There will be a change in compensation at the first step of the city manager range, which is $260,208, divided monthly. That will be the monthly salary.
Okay.
That concludes the report, and we will bring forward a contract on December 2nd for the council to approve in open session with the appropriate reporting at that time.
Thank you, Phaedra.
Thank you.
With that, I will adjourn the meeting at 8:55, 9:55?
An hour.
Man, no kidding. Yeah, I tell you, can't see.
All right, thank you.